I dare say when one keeps house for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, nothing ought to surprise, and yet there was that business with the unopened letter that caused such a stir in the autumn of '87. It comes to mind now as I dust the mantelpiece, my fingers brushing over that small nick where Mr. Holmes once pinned a letter with his jackknife. The years have softened the mark, but not the memory. You must understand it was not the first peculiar occurrence at 221B Baker Street, nor would it be the last. That very morning had begun with the most curious incident involving Dr. Watson's walking stick and a pot of my blackberry preserves. But I'm getting ahead of myself. When maintaining a household for a consulting detective, one learns to observe the small details, though I'd never presumed to match Mr. Holmes's remarkable talents in that regard. The day had started ordinarily enough, with a thin autumn fog clinging to the window panes and the distant clatter of hansom cabs on the cobblestones below. I had risen at 5:30, as is my custom, to stoke the kitchen fire and prepare for the day ahead. Mr. Holmes had been keeping irregular hours that week, his violin weeping softly well past midnight, and I'd heard his footsteps pacing the floorboards above until the small hours. A case, no doubt, though he hadn't shared the particulars, not that I expected him to. "Mrs. Hudson," he had said to me once, "your discretion is one of your most valuable qualities." I took it as high praise, coming from him. A landlady in London, particularly one with lodgers such as mine, must know when to listen and when to forget what she's heard. As I prepared the breakfast tray, fresh eggs, rashers of bacon, toast and marmalade, Mr. Holmes rarely ate during his cases, but Dr. Watson maintained a hearty appetite regardless of circumstances. I noticed the small brown stain on my cuff. It had been there since yesterday evening, when I'd reached for the tin of tea on the highest shelf and knocked over a small vial of something Mr. Holmes had left precariously balanced beside the sugar. He had apologized in his fashion, with a distracted wave of his hand and a mutter about the properties of certain tobacco ashes. I made a mental note to purchase more baking soda, which worked wonders on such stains. The stairs creaked their familiar greeting as I ascended with a tray, 17 steps to their sitting room. I had counted them 1,000 times, could navigate them in the darkest night without a misstep. The door was ajar, which surprised me, as Mr. Holmes was typically quite particular about his privacy during a case. "Mr. Holmes," I called softly, pushing the door with my elbow, the tray balanced carefully in my hands. The sitting room was empty, though bearing all the familiar signs of Mr. Holmes's presence. The Persian slipper spilling tobacco onto the mantelpiece, papers scattered across every surface, chemical apparatus cluttering the deal table by the window. The fire had burned low, suggesting he had departed some time ago. Dr. Watson's chair stood empty as well. He had been staying at his club that week, having recently returned from visiting a patient in the countryside. I set the tray down on the small table I kept polished for just this purpose and moved to open the curtains wider. The morning light, weak as it was through the fog, revealed the room in all its cluttered glory. Bless him, Mr. Holmes never did think about the dust that gathered on his collection of curiosities, nor how the chemical odours clung to the curtains. But that was part of our arrangement, wasn't it? The permanency he had requested all those years ago included not just lodgings, but the understanding that I would maintain order amidst the chaos he created in pursuit of his cases. It was as I adjusted the curtains that I noticed the envelope on the floor, half hidden beneath the edge of the bearskin rug, the very rug that collected coal dust and mud and heaven knows what else, and which required a thorough beating at least once a fortnight. The envelope was cream-coloured and substantial, the paper of excellent quality. It had not been opened. Now I am not one to pry into my lodger's correspondence. A respectable landlady knows the boundaries of her position, but this envelope was peculiar in several ways that caught my attention. First, it bore no address, neither Mr. Holmes's nor any other. Second, it had been sealed with dark blue wax, impressed with a design I couldn't quite make out. And third, it lay on the floor as if dropped in haste, or perhaps deliberately hidden. Well, I said to myself, this won't do at all. I bent to retrieve it, thinking only to place it on the mantelpiece, where Mr. Holmes would be sure to see it upon his return. As my fingers closed around it, I caught a faint scent, something floral, but with an underlying sharpness, that reminded me of the chemist's shop on Marylebone High Street. The envelope was heavier than it appeared, suggesting contents beyond a simple letter. I turned it over in my hands, noting the fine quality of the paper and the peculiar texture of the wax seal. The seal bore the impression of what appeared to be a bird, a raven perhaps, or a crow, though the details were difficult to discern in the dim light. I placed it carefully on the mantelpiece, propped against the small clock that had long since ceased to keep proper time. Mr. Holmes preferred to consult his pocket watch anyway. The letter stood out against the organised chaos of the mantelpiece, the collection of pipes, the stack of unanswered correspondence pinned with a jackknife, the small box of Turkish cigarettes, and of course the Persian slipper stuffed with tobacco. The breakfast would grow cold, but experience had taught me that Mr. Holmes might not return for hours. I collected the morning paper from where the boy had pushed it through the letterbox and placed it on the tray beside the teapot. Then I set about tidying the room as best I could, without disturbing what Mr. Holmes referred to as his system of organised reference materials, but which looked to my practical eye like nothing more than scattered papers and open books. It was as I was carefully dusting around the chemical apparatus, never touching it, for I had learned that lesson after an unfortunate incident involving a solution that had eaten through my second-best duster, that I heard the front door open and close. The quick, decisive footsteps on the stairs told me it was Mr. Holmes returning, and I straightened up, duster in hand, to greet him. He burst into the room with his usual energy, his sharp grey eyes taking in every detail, including my presence, the breakfast tray, and I noted with interest the envelope on the mantelpiece. He was dressed in one of his many disguises, the clothes of a dock worker, complete with a blue jersey, rough trousers, and a cap pulled low over his forehead. A layer of coal dust had settled on his shoulders, and his hands were stained with what appeared to be tar. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson," he said, removing the cap and running a hand through his hair, which stood up in unruly spikes. "I see you've prepared breakfast. Most kind, but I'm afraid I don't have the time to eat this morning." "You've hardly eaten all week, Mr. Holmes," I reminded him, though I knew the protest was futile. When engaged in a case, he sustained himself on coffee, tobacco, and the pure excitement of the chase. He waved a dismissive hand, his attention already fixed on the envelope. "What's this?" he asked, plucking it from the mantelpiece with tar-stained fingers. "I found it on the floor, sir, just beneath the edge of the rug. It appears to have no address." His eyebrows rose slightly as he examined it. "Indeed. And did anyone call while I was out?" "No, sir." The only delivery was the morning paper. He turned the envelope over, studying the seal with intensity. "Interesting. Most interesting." He held it up to the light from the window, then sniffed it carefully. "And when exactly did you find this, Mrs. Hudson?" "Just this morning, sir, when I brought up your breakfast." "And it was on the floor, you say, partially hidden by the rug?" "Yes, sir. I thought perhaps you had dropped it." A brief smile flickered across his face. "I did not, nor did I receive it. This, Mrs. Hudson, is most curious indeed." He placed the envelope back on the mantelpiece, precisely where I had left it. "I would be obliged if you would leave it untouched for the time being." "Of course, Mr. Holmes." I began to gather up the breakfast things, knowing from experience that they would go uneaten. "One moment, Mrs. Hudson," he said, stopping me with a raised hand. "Did you notice anything unusual about the envelope? Any distinctive features or characteristics?" I hesitated, uncertain whether my observations would be of any value to him. "Well, sir, the paper seems very fine quality, and there's a scent to it, something floral with a sharper note underneath. The seal is dark blue wax with what looks like a bird impressed upon it." His eyes sharpened with interest. "Excellent observations, Mrs. Hudson. Anything else?" "It's heavier than one might expect for a simple letter," I added, remembering the weight of it in my hand. Very good indeed." He began to pace the room, his hands clasped behind his back. "This may relate to the matter I've been investigating. A curious case involving a shipping merchant, a collection of rare books, and a secret society with a particular interest in ornithology." I knew better hand to ask for details. Mr. Holmes shared information when it suited his purpose, and not a moment before. Instead, I continued with my duties, collecting the breakfast tray. "Leave the coffee, if you would," he said, suddenly stopping his pacing. "And perhaps some toast. I find I may require sustenance after all." I set down the tray again, pleased that he would eat something, however meagre. "Will Dr. Watson be joining you today, sir?" "I expect him this afternoon. He's been attending to a patient at his club, an old army comrade suffering from jungle fever contracted in India." He sat down heavily in his armchair, reaching for his pipe. "The fellow's been having the most alarming hallucinations involving birds of paradise. A coincidence, perhaps, but in my experience, Mrs. Hudson, the universe is rarely so lazy." I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure what he meant. "I'll prepare a cold collation for lunch then, shall I? That would be most welcome." He had already begun to fill his pipe, his mind clearly elsewhere. As I descended the stairs with the remaining breakfast things, I couldn't help but glance back at the sitting-room door. The unopened letter on the mantelpiece had seemed innocent enough when I found it, but Mr. Holmes's reaction suggested it was anything but. A shiver of anticipation ran through me. Not fear precisely, but the familiar feeling that something extraordinary was about to unfold within the walls of 221B Baker Street. The morning progressed with the usual domestic rhythms. I dispatched Bessie, the maid, to the butcher's, for a cut of cold roast beef and ham for the gentleman's luncheon, and set about preparing a batch of my currant scones, which Dr. Watson particularly enjoyed. The comforting routines of baking, measuring flour, cutting in butter, adding just the right amount of sugar, helped to settle my thoughts, though they kept returning to the unopened letter. In my years as Mr. Holmes's landlady, I had witnessed many strange occurrences: midnight visitors, desperate clients, police inspectors arriving at all hours, and once, memorably, a man dressed as a beggar who turned out to be a European crown prince in disguise. I had learned to take such events in stride, maintaining the household with as much regularity as possible amidst the irregular happenings. The unopened letter was simply the latest in a long line of curiosities. The scones were just coming out of the oven, their sweet aroma filling the kitchen, when I heard the front door knocker. Not Mr. Holmes's usual rapid-fire knock, nor the authoritative rap of Inspector Lestrade or his colleagues from Scotland Yard. This was a hesitant, almost apologetic sound. I wiped my hands on my apron and made my way to the front door. On the step stood a young boy, no more than 12 or 13, dressed in ragged clothes that had seen better days. One of Mr. Holmes's irregulars. I guess the street urchins he employed as his eyes and ears throughout London. "Good morning, ma'am," he said, touching his cap with a grimy hand. "Is Mr. Holmes in?" "He is," I confirmed. "And whom shall I say is calling?" "Wiggins, ma'am." "He knows me." Indeed, I recognised the boy now as the leader of the ragtag group Mr. Holmes occasionally employed. "Come in then, Wiggins, but mind you wipe your feet." "I've just swept the hall." He did as instructed, with more care than I had expected. Before following me up the 17 steps to Mr. Holmes's sitting room, I knocked briefly before opening the door. "A young man to see you, Mr. Holmes." "Wiggins." Mr. Holmes had changed from his dock-worker's disguise into his dressing gown, and was now seated cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by what appeared to be shipping manifests and customs declarations. The unopened letter remained on the mantelpiece, untouched. Wiggins' excellent timing. "Come in, come in." He gestured for the boy to enter, then glanced up at me. "Mrs. Hudson, would you be so kind as to bring up some refreshment for my young colleague? He's been engaged in important surveillance work since dawn and must be famished." "I've just baked scones, sir. Would those be suitable?" Wiggins's face lit up at the mention of scones, and Mr. Holmes nodded approvingly. "Perfect. And perhaps some of that excellent raspberry jam of yours." I nodded and retreated downstairs, leaving them to their discussion. By the time I returned with a tray bearing scones, jam, and a glass of milk for the boy, they were deep in conversation, their heads bent over a scrap of paper Wiggins had produced from his pocket. "Saw him go into that very building, sir." "Just as you said he would," Wiggins was saying. "Stayed there for 20 minutes, then came out again carrying a small package." "Wrapped in brown paper and tied with string?" Mr. Holmes asked. "Yes, sir, and then he took a hansom to the docks, just like you predicted." Mr. Holmes nodded, a satisfied expression on his sharp features. "Excellent work, Wiggins. This confirms my theory about the connection between Mortimer's rare books and the shipments arriving on the Mary Celeste." I set the tray down quietly on a small table beside them. Wiggins immediately reached for a scone, his eyes wide with anticipation. Mr. Holmes, I noticed, had not touched the toast or coffee I'd left earlier. "There's more, sir," Wiggins said, around a mouthful of scone and jam. "That gentleman you told me to watch for the tall one with the limp and the silver-topped cane. He came to Baker Street this morning. Mr. Holmes's head snapped up. Here, to this address. Yes, sir, about an hour before I started following the bookshop man. E stood across the street for a while, looking up at your windows, then walked up to the door. But he didn't knock, sir. Just slipped something under the door and walked away. Mr. Holmes was on his feet in an instant, striding toward the mantelpiece. Mrs. Hudson, he said, his voice taut with excitement, the envelope you found this morning. It was under the door, not on the floor, by the rug. It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. No, sir, it was definitely under the edge of the bearskin rug, as I told you. His brow furrowed. Then how? He picked up the envelope, examining it again with renewed intensity. Wiggins, did you see anyone else approach the house after the gentleman with the silver-topped cane left? The boy shook his head, his mouth too full of scone to answer verbally. Most curious, Mr. Holmes murmured. The gentleman delivers an envelope, yet it ends up not by the door, but partially hidden beneath the rug in my sitting-room. He fixed his penetrating gaze on me. And you are certain, Mrs. Hudson, that no one entered the house between the time I left this morning and when you found the envelope? Quite certain, Mr. Holmes. I was in the kitchen from 5:30 onwards, and I heard the door. Then we must conclude that the envelope was delivered sometime during the night. He tapped the unopened letter against his palm, his mind clearly racing, which means our mysterious correspondent has access to a key to the front door, or possesses skills that make such access unnecessary. A chill ran through me at the thought of someone entering the house undetected. Should I have the locks changed, Mr. Holmes? He considered this for a moment, then shook his head. Not yet, Mrs. Hudson. This intrusion, if we can call it that, seems purposeful and specific. Had the intention been burglary or violence, there would have been evidence of such. No, this is a message, one that our correspondent went to great lengths to deliver in a particular way. Will you open it, sir? Wiggins asked, eyeing the envelope with undisguised curiosity. Mr. Holmes weighed the envelope in his hand once more, then placed it back on the mantelpiece. Not yet. I wish to gather more information before I disturb whatever contents this envelope may hold. There are several curious features about this case that suggest patience would be rewarded. He turned to Wiggins. I have another task for you. Return to Mortimer's rare books and observe who enters and leaves. Pay particular attention to anyone carrying similar packages or anyone who matches the description of our limping gentleman with a silver-topped cane. Wiggins nodded eagerly, finishing the last of his scones and milk. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. And Wiggins, Mr. Holmes added as the boy rose to leave, be cautious. If my suspicions are correct, we are dealing with individuals who go to extraordinary lengths to protect their secrets. Once Wiggins had departed, with another scone wrapped in a napkin for the journey, Mr. Holmes turned his attention back to the scattered papers on the floor. Mrs. Hudson, he said, without looking up, I must ask you to be particularly vigilant in the coming days. Note any unusual callers, any strange occurrences, no matter how insignificant they might seem. Of course, Mr. Holmes. I began to gather up the empty plate and glass. Will there be anything else? He glanced up, his expression softening slightly. Yes, actually. Would you happen to have any of that excellent roast chicken left from Tuesday? I find my appetite has returned, and we may have a long night ahead. I'll bring some up directly," I promised, pleased that he was finally showing an interest in proper nourishment. As I descended the stairs once more, I couldn't help but glance back at the sitting-room door. Through the partially open doorway, I could see Mr. Holmes standing before the mantelpiece, staring intently at the unopened letter, as if willing it to reveal its secrets without breaking the seal. Whatever mystery lay within that cream-coloured envelope, I had no doubt that Mr. Sherlock Holmes would unravel it. And I, Mrs. Hudson of 221 B. Baker Street, would continue to maintain the hearth and home from which he conducted his remarkable investigations, observing from my unique vantage point the strange and wonderful cases that found their way to our door. Little did I know then just how strange and wonderful the case of the unopened letter would prove to be, nor how it would test the boundaries of my role as landlady, housekeeper, and on occasion reluctant participant in the extraordinary events that unfolded within these walls. The afternoon following the discovery of that curious envelope brought with it a shift in the weather. The fog had lifted, giving way to a crisp autumn sunshine that streamed through the windows of 221B, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air, dust that would settle on my furniture no matter how diligently I swept and polished. Such is the nature of London, I suppose, with its coal fires and busy streets. I had just finished preparing a cold collation for Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, should the latter arrive, as expected, slices of roast chicken, ham, a wedge of good cheese, fresh bread and pickles, all arranged on my second-best serving platter. The best one I reserve for special occasions, though in truth, living at Baker Street has somewhat redefined my notion of what constitutes a special occasion. When one has entertained disguised royalty and desperate nobles in one's dining room, a simple Sunday dinner seems rather ordinary by comparison. I was about to carry the platter upstairs when I heard the front door open and close, followed by familiar footsteps in the hall. Dr. Watson had arrived, punctual as always. Unlike Mr. Holmes, the good doctor kept regular hours when not engaged in one of their adventures. I've always appreciated that about him, along with his unfailing courtesy and consideration. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Hudson," he called cheerfully as he hung his hat and coat on the hall stand. "I trust you're well today?" "Very well, thank you, Dr. Watson," I replied, balancing the platter in one hand while smoothing my apron with the other. "I was just bringing up some luncheon. Mr. Holmes is upstairs, though I must warn you he's in one of his thinking moods." Dr. Watson chuckled, a warm, familiar sound that always brought comfort to our household. "So I should expect scattered papers, pipe smoke, and monosyllabic responses?" "Precisely so, though he did request food earlier, which suggests he's not completely lost to his thoughts." I started up the stairs, Dr. Watson following behind me. "He's been investigating something to do with a shipping merchant and rare books, from what little he's mentioned. And a secret society of bird enthusiasts, no doubt," Dr. Watson added, with a smile in his voice. I turned, surprised. "Why, yes, he did mention ornithology. How did you know? He sent me a telegram this morning with the most peculiar request. Asked me to bring any reference works I might have on corvids, ravens, crows, and the like. Fortunately, I had a volume on British birds in my personal library." We reached the landing, and I balanced the platter carefully as I knocked on the sitting-room door. There was no response from within. "Mr. Holmes," I called Dr. Watson is here, and I've brought your luncheon." After a moment of silence, the door swung open to reveal Mr. Holmes, still in his dressing gown, despite the advancing hour. His hair was dishevelled, as if he had been running his hands through it repeatedly, and the familiar gleam of intense concentration shone in his eyes. "Watson, excellent timing, and Mrs. Hudson, you are the very soul of thoughtfulness." He stepped aside to let us enter, taking the platter from my hands with uncharacteristic eagerness. I find myself in need of sustenance after all. The case has taken an unexpected turn. The sitting room was, if possible, in an even greater state of disarray than it had been that morning. Books lay open on every surface, papers were pinned to the walls, with what appeared to be my best kitchen knife. I made a mental note to retrieve it later, and a detailed map of London was spread across the floor, weighted down at the corners with the coal scuttle, a stack of books, the Persian slipper, and what looked suspiciously like my missing paperweight. Most notably, the unopened letter still sat on the mantelpiece, seemingly untouched. "I see you haven't opened your mysterious correspondence yet," I observed, unable to contain my curiosity. Mr. Holmes set the platter down on the table, clearing a space among the papers with a sweep of his arm. "No, Mrs. Hudson, I have not. The timing is not yet right." He turned to Dr. Watson. "Did you bring the ornithological reference I requested?" Dr. Watson patted his medical bag. "I did indeed. British birds and their habitats, as requested, though I confess I'm at a loss as to how it relates to shipping merchants and rare books. All will become clear in time, my dear Watson." Mr. Holmes gestured to the spread of food. "Please help yourself. Mrs. Hudson has outdone herself as usual." I took that as my cue to leave the gentlemen to their discussion, but Mr. Holmes stopped me as I turned toward the door. "Mrs. Hudson, a moment, if you please. I have a rather unusual request." "Yes, Mr. Holmes?" I asked, wondering what domestic miracle he required now. Over the years, I had provided everything from disguises to decoys for his cases, all while maintaining the fiction that I was merely his landlady and not an occasional reluctant assistant in his investigations. Should anyone call asking for me in the next few hours, I am not at home. This applies to everyone: clients, police, inspectors, telegram boys, even my brother Mycroft, should he deign to visit. Everyone except the limping gentleman with the silver-topped cane, I guessed, remembering Wiggins's report. A smile flickered across Mr. Holmes's face. "Precisely. If he should call, show him up immediately. But don't mention the envelope on the mantelpiece, nor indicate in any way that we are aware of his early morning visit." "Very good, Mr. Holmes." I glanced at the envelope once more. "Is there anything else you require?" "Yes, actually. Would you be so kind as to bring up a pot of your excellent tea in about half an hour? Dr. Watson and I have much to discuss, and I find that your Earl Grey stimulates the thought process admirably." With a nod, I left them to their consultation, and returned downstairs to my kitchen, where I had bread dough rising and linen soaking. The regular rhythms of household management continued, regardless of the mysteries unfolding above my head. As I kneaded the dough, turning and folding it with practised movements, I found my thoughts returning to the unopened letter. What secrets did it contain that made Mr. Holmes so cautious about breaking its seal? And who was this mysterious limping gentleman who had delivered it in such a clandestine manner? The bread was shaped and set for its second rising, When the front door knocker sounded, I wiped my hands on my apron and made my way to the door, wondering if our limping gentleman had returned. But the figure on the doorstep was not a gentleman at all. It was a woman, tall, slender, and elegantly dressed in a walking costume of deep blue, with a small hat perched atop her carefully arranged auburn hair. She held herself with the confident poise of one accustomed to moving in society's highest circles. "Good afternoon," she said, her voice cultured and assured. "I wish to consult with Mr. Sherlock Holmes on a matter of some urgency. Is he at home?" I hesitated, recalling Mr. Holmes's instructions. "I'm afraid Mr. Holmes is not receiving visitors at present, madam. Perhaps you might leave your card, and he could contact you when he is available." A flash of annoyance crossed her fine features, quickly masked by a practised smile. "I see. That is inconvenient. When do you expect him to return?" "I couldn't say, madam. His movements are often unpredictable." This, at least, was entirely truthful. She studied me for a moment, her gaze sharp and assessing. "You are his housekeeper, I presume?" "His landlady," I corrected gently. Many made this assumption, though, in truth, my role at 221B had long since expanded beyond merely collecting rent. "Of course." She opened a small beaded purse and extracted a calling card. "Please ensure that Mr. Holmes receives this. It is a matter of the utmost importance, one might say a matter of life and death." I accepted the card, noting the name embossed in elegant script, Lady Evangeline Thorpe. Below the name was an address in Belgravia, one of London's most fashionable districts. "I shall give it to him directly when he returns, Lady Thorpe." She nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Please do. And—" she hesitated, glancing past me into the hall. "Should you happen to notice any unusual correspondence arriving for Mr. Holmes, perhaps a letter with a distinctive seal, I would be most grateful if you would mention it when you give him my card." My heart quickened at her words, but I maintained a neutral expression. "A distinctive seal, my lady?" "Yes, a bird in flight. A raven, to be precise, impressed in blue wax." Her eyes searched my face. "Has such a letter arrived?" I thought of the envelope on the mantelpiece upstairs, with its blue wax seal bearing the impression of what I had indeed thought might be a raven. But Mr. Holmes's instructions had been clear. "I haven't noticed any such letter," I said, the half-truth sitting uncomfortably on my tongue. "But I shall certainly keep an eye out for it." Lady Thorpe's expression flickered with disappointment. "I see. Well, please do give Mr. Holmes my card. Good day." She turned and descended the steps to where a hansom cab waited at the curb. I watched as she climbed in gracefully, her blue skirts gathered carefully to avoid the dirty street. The cab pulled away, wheels clattering on the cobblestones. I closed the door and examined the calling card once more. Lady Evangeline Thorpe. The name meant nothing to me, but her interest in the mysterious envelope suggested she was connected to the case Mr. Holmes was investigating, and her mention of life and death was troubling indeed. With the card in hand, I ascended the stairs to the sitting-room. I knocked briefly before entering, finding Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson deep in conversation over the map spread on the floor. They both looked up as I entered. "A visitor for you, Mr. Holmes," I said, holding out the card. "Lady Evangeline Thorpe." "She was most insistent that I give you this immediately." Mr. Holmes took the card, his eyes narrowing as he read the name. "Did she state her business?" "Only that it was a matter of the utmost importance. Life and death. were her exact words. I hesitated, then added, "She also inquired about a letter with a distinctive seal, a raven in flight, impressed in blue wax." Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson exchanged a significant look. "Did she indeed?" Mr. Holmes murmured. "And what did you tell her? That I hadn't noticed any such letter? Excellent, Mrs. Hudson. Your discretion, as always, is invaluable." He tapped the calling card against his palm, his expression thoughtful. "Lady Evangeline Thorpe. This adds an unexpected dimension to our investigation. Watson." Dr. Watson, who had been making notes in a small leather-bound notebook, looked up with interest. "You know the lady. I know of her. She is the widow of Sir Richard Thorpe, a diplomat who died under mysterious circumstances in Constantinople last year. The official verdict was heart failure, but there were rumours." Mr. Holmes turned to me. "Did she say anything else? Any hint as to why she is seeking me out now?" I shook my head. "No, sir. Though she seemed quite disappointed when I said you weren't receiving visitors. She's waiting for you to contact her, which I have no intention of doing at present." Mr. Holmes placed the card on the mantelpiece, propping it against the clock next to the unopened letter. "The game is more complex than I initially thought, Watson. We now have a shipping merchant, rare books, a secret ornithological society, and a diplomat's widow, all connected by a single unopened letter." I felt a small thrill at being included, however peripherally, in their confidences. "Shall I still bring up the tea, Mr. Holmes?" "Yes, please, Mrs. Hudson. And perhaps some of those excellent shortbread biscuits of yours, if you have any to hand. We may be in for a long afternoon of contemplation." As I turned to leave, the front door knocker sounded again. Mr. Holmes glanced at me sharply. "Remember, Mrs. Hudson, I am not at home to anyone except our limping friend with the silver-topped cane." Yes, Mr. Holmes, and I descended the stairs once more, wondering who our next caller might be. The case of the unopened letter was attracting a parade of interesting visitors, and the day was still young. To my surprise, when I opened the door, I found a young boy standing on the step, not Wiggins this time, but another of Mr. Holmes's irregular army of street urchins. This one was smaller, with a shock of red hair poking out from under a cap several sizes too large for him. "Message for Mr. Ulmers," he announced, thrusting a folded piece of paper toward me. "I'll see that he gets it," I said, reaching for the note. The boy pulled it back, shaking his head vigorously. "S from Wiggins. Said I was to give it to Mr. Ulmers personal and no one else." I sighed inwardly. The rules of Mr. Holmes's cases were ever-changing. "Wait here a moment," I instructed, leaving the boy on the doorstep, as I climbed the stairs once more. "Another visitor?" Mr. Holmes asked as I entered the sitting-room. "A message from Wiggins," I explained. "The boy insists on delivering it to you personally." Mr. Holmes was on his feet instantly. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson." Quickly now, I ushered the red-haired boy into the sitting-room, where he stared wide-eyed at the chaos surrounding him. Mr. Holmes fixed him with an intense gaze. "You have a message from Wiggins?" The boy nodded, pulling the folded paper from his pocket and handing it over. Said it was urgent, sir. And I wasn't to speak to no one on the way here." Mr. Holmes unfolded the note, his expression growing grave as he read. "Thank you, lad. You've done well." He reached into his pocket and produced a shilling, which he flipped to the boy. "Return to Wiggins and tell him I've received his message." Nothing more. The boy caught the coin with practised ease, his face lighting up at the generous payment. "Yes, sir. Right away, sir." He dashed from the room and down the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. "What news?" Dr. Watson asked as the front door closed behind the messenger. Mr. Holmes handed him the note. "Read for yourself." Dr. Watson's brow furrowed as he read aloud. "The bird has returned to its nest. The silver cane was seen entering Mortimer's at 2:30. A package exchanged hands. The shop closed early, unusual for a Tuesday. I am still watching. "The bird has returned to its nest," Mr. Holmes repeated, pacing now clever Wiggins. "He's observed our limping gentleman visiting the bookshop, just as I suspected he might." "And the significance of the bookshop closing early?" I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. Mr. Holmes paused in his pacing, seeming to remember my presence. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson, the significance is considerable. Mortimer's Rare Books keeps notoriously regular hours, opens at 9, closes at 6 days a week. For them to close early suggests something unusual is afoot." He glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. "It's now nearly 4. If we're to learn what's happening at Mortimer's, we must act quickly." He strode to the window, peering down at Baker Street below. "Watson, I believe we'll need to postpone our tea. Mrs. Hudson. Duty calls. But what about the visitor you were waiting for?" "The limping gentleman," I reminded him. "If he calls while we're out, detain him by whatever means necessary. Offer him tea, engage him in conversation about the weather, the rising price of coal, anything to keep him here until we return." Mr. Holmes was already moving toward his bedroom, presumably to change from his dressing gown into something more suitable for venturing out. Dr. Watson rose as well, collecting his hat and coat. "Shall I hail a cab, Holmes?" "Yes, but not directly in front of the house. Go to the corner of Baker Street and Marylebone Road. I'll join you momentarily." Mr. Holmes paused at his bedroom door. "And Mrs. Hudson, that letter on the mantelpiece, keep a close eye on it. Under no circumstances allow anyone to touch it. Not even our limping friend should he arrive." "Yes, Mr. Holmes," I assured him, though privately I wondered how I was supposed to prevent a determined visitor from examining the envelope if they were so inclined. "I am, after all, merely a landlady, not a guardian of secret documents." Within minutes, Mr. Holmes had transformed himself from the dishevelled, dressing-gown-clad thinker into the sharp, alert detective in a well-cut suit. He paused only to collect his hat and gloves before following Dr. Watson down the stairs and out the front door, leaving me alone with the chaos of the sitting-room and the unopened letter on the mantelpiece. I sighed, surveying the mess. While I had long since accepted that maintaining perfect order in Mr. Holmes's rooms was an impossible task, I did insist on a basic level of tidiness. The knife pinned through papers on the wall, for instance, would need to be removed and returned to the kitchen where it belonged. As I carefully extracted the knife, taking care not to tear the papers it held, I couldn't help glancing at their contents. Shipping manifests, as I had noticed earlier, listing cargo from ports as distant as Shanghai and Calcutta. One item appeared repeatedly, circled in Mr. Holmes's bold hand: miscellaneous, literary materials, consignee Mortimer's Rare Books. I replaced the papers on the table, my gaze drawn once more to the envelope on the mantelpiece. In the afternoon light streaming through the windows, the blue wax seal gleamed softly. I moved closer, examining it without touching. The impression was indeed that of a bird in flight, a raven, as Lady Thorpe had specified. The wings were spread wide, the beak slightly open, as if the bird were caught in mid-cry. A sudden knock at the door startled me from my examination. I hastened downstairs, wondering if our limping gentleman had finally arrived. But the figure standing on the doorstep was neither limping nor carrying a silver-topped cane. It was a uniformed telegram boy, holding out a yellow envelope. "Telegram for Mr. Sherlock Holmes," he announced. "I'll take it," I said, accepting the envelope and signing for its receipt. "Thank you." The boy touched his cap and departed, leaving me holding yet another piece of correspondence for Mr. Holmes. This one, at least, was clearly addressed and delivered through proper channels. I placed the telegram on the silver tray I kept in the hall for just such deliveries, intending to take it upstairs to await Mr. Holmes's return. But as I set it down, I noticed a peculiar scent emanating from the envelope, the same floral yet sharp odour I had detected on the unopened letter that morning. My heart quickened. Could this telegram be connected to the mysterious letter? Should I open it in Mr. Holmes's absence, given the urgency implied by Lady Thorpe's visit and Wiggins's message? No, I decided. Mr. Holmes had entrusted me with maintaining the status quo until his return. Opening his correspondence, even with the best intentions, would be overstepping my bounds. Instead, I carried the telegram upstairs and placed it on the tray beside the sitting-room door, ready for Mr. Holmes's attention when he returned. As I did so, a floorboard creaked behind me. I turned, startled, to find a tall, thin man standing in the shadows at the top of the stairs. He leaned heavily on a silver-topped cane, his right leg held stiffly as if causing him pain. His face was partially obscured by the dim light of the hallway, but I could make out sharp features and a neatly trimmed beard. "Mrs. Hudson, I presume?" he said, his voice cultured but with an accent I couldn't quite place. "Perhaps Eastern European. I do apologize for startling you." The front door was ajar, and I took the liberty of entering when my knock went unanswered. I recovered my composure, though my heart was racing. This must be the limping gentleman Mr. Holmes had been expecting, the very person who had delivered the unopened letter. But how had he entered without my hearing? The front door had most certainly been closed and locked after the telegram boy left. "I'm afraid Mr. Holmes is not at home at present," I said, attempting to sound calm and collected, "but you're welcome to wait for his return if you wish. I was just about to prepare some tea." The stranger's lips curved in a slight smile. "How very kind. I would be delighted to wait. My business with Mr. Holmes is most urgent." I gestured toward the sitting-room door. "Please make yourself comfortable. I'll bring tea shortly." As he limped past me into the sitting-room, I caught another whiff of that same distinctive scent, floral yet sharp, that had been present on both the unopened letter and the telegram. It seemed to cling to the stranger like an invisible cloud. "Ah, what a fascinating collection of objects," he remarked, surveying the cluttered room. His gaze swept across the papers, books, and chemical apparatus before coming to rest on the mantelpiece. "Mr. Holmes is a man of eclectic interests, I see." I followed his gaze to where the unopened letter sat beside Lady Thorpe's calling card. "Yes, he is indeed. Please do sit down. The armchair by the fire is quite comfortable." He nodded but remained standing, his attention fixed on the mantelpiece. "A curious thing, correspondence," he mused. "So much can be conveyed in a simple letter. Secrets, warnings, declarations of love or war. The written word holds power, doesn't it, Mrs. Hudson?" "I suppose it does," I agreed, cautiously, uncertain where this conversation was leading. The stranger turned to face me fully, and in the light from the window, I could now see his features clearly. He was older than I had first thought, perhaps in his 50s, with deep-set eyes of a startling pale blue and lines of care etched around his mouth. Despite his apparent infirmity, he carried himself with a military bearing. "Tell me, Mrs. Hudson," he said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper, "has Mr. Holmes received any unusual correspondence recently? A letter, perhaps, with a distinctive seal? I thought of Mr. Holmes's instructions to mention nothing about the envelope on the mantelpiece. Mr. Holmes receives all manner of correspondence," I replied evasively. "I don't generally take note of the particulars." His pale eyes studied me intently. "I see. A discreet landlady is a valuable asset, I'm sure." He tapped his silver-topped cane on the floor, twice, a sharp, deliberate sound in the quiet room. But in this instance, discretion may be misplaced. The letter I speak of contains information of vital importance, information that could prevent a terrible tragedy. I maintained a neutral expression, though my thoughts were racing. Was he telling the truth, or was this some ploy to gain access to the unopened letter for nefarious purposes? "I'm sure Mr. Holmes will return shortly," I said, edging toward the door. "If you'll excuse me, I'll prepare that tea I promised." As I turned to leave, his voice stopped me. "The raven flies at midnight, Mrs. Hudson." I froze, the strange phrase sending a shiver down my spine. "I beg your pardon. Just a saying from my homeland," he replied with a thin smile. "Perhaps you might mention it to Mr. Holmes when he returns. It may jog his memory regarding our previous correspondence." With that cryptic statement hanging in the air, I retreated downstairs to the kitchen, my mind whirling with questions. Who was this limping stranger really? What was in the unopened letter that made it so important to both him and Lady Thorpe? And what did he mean by the raven flies at midnight? As I prepared the tea tray, my best china this time, for I sensed the importance of the occasion, I found myself once again drawn into the mysterious world of Mr. Sherlock Holmes's cases. It was a world far removed from the ordinary concerns of a London landlady, yet one in which I occasionally found myself playing a small but not insignificant role. The kettle had just boiled when I heard the front door open and close, followed by the familiar sound of Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson returning. Their footsteps on the stairs were hurried, suggesting news of some importance. I hastened to finish preparing the tea, adding an extra cup for our limping visitor before carrying the tray upstairs. As I approached the sitting room, I could hear raised voices, not in anger, but with the intensity of urgent discussion. "I tell you, Holmes, it changes everything," Dr. Watson was saying. "It confirms what I suspected," Mr. Holmes replied. "The connection between Mortimer's rare books and the Society of the Raven is now established beyond doubt." I knocked briefly before entering with the tea tray. The scene that greeted me was not what I had expected. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson stood facing our limping visitor, who had seated himself in Mr. Holmes's favourite armchair. The atmosphere was tense but not hostile. Rather, it had the feeling of a reunion of old acquaintances with complex shared history. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes said, noticing me. "I see you've met our guest." "Yes, sir, I was just bringing tea for everyone." I set the tray down on the small table, noting that the unopened letter was no longer on the mantelpiece. Had one of them taken it? Or had our visitor managed to secrete it away somehow, "Most kind," the limping gentleman said, his accent more pronounced now. "Mr. Holmes, you have an exemplary landlady." Mr. Holmes's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "Indeed I do. Mrs. Hudson, allow me to introduce Colonel Branislav Kovac, formerly of the Serbian Diplomatic Service. Currently," he paused, raising an eyebrow at our visitor, "currently between appointments," Colonel Kovac supplied smoothly, "though I may soon find myself once again in Her Majesty's service, depending on the outcome of our present discussion." I began pouring the tea, my curiosity nearly overwhelming my sense of propriety. Mr. Holmes must have noticed, for he added, "Mrs. Hudson has been most helpful in this case already, Colonel. She discovered your letter this morning and has fielded inquiries from an interesting visitor, a Lady Evangeline Thorpe." Colonel Kovac's pale eyes widened slightly. "Lady Thorpe came here today." "Indeed she did," I confirmed, handing him a cup of tea. "She was most insistent about speaking with Mr. Holmes regarding a letter with a raven seal. Then matters are progressing even more rapidly than I feared." The Colonel set his teacup down untouched. "Mr. Holmes, we have no time to lose. The letter must be decoded immediately." Mr. Holmes reached into his pocket and withdrew the unopened letter, holding it up to the light. "All in good time, Colonel. First, I believe you owe us an explanation of your early morning visit to Baker Street, not to mention your rather unorthodox method of delivery." The Colonel's face grew grave. "The explanation is simple, Mr. Holmes. I am being watched. Had I delivered the letter in the conventional manner, it would never have reached you. My unusual approach was necessary to ensure its safe arrival. As Mr. Holmes and the Colonel continued their discussion, I quietly served the tea, absorbing every word. The case of the unopened letter was about to take yet another unexpected turn, and I found myself, as so often happens at 221B Baker Street, witness to extraordinary events unfolding in my very own sitting room. As I poured the tea and arranged the cups with practised precision, I couldn't help but notice how Colonel Kovac's gaze kept returning to the unopened letter in Mr. Holmes's hand. There was something in his expression, a mixture of anxiety and relief, that spoke volumes about the importance of that seemingly innocent piece of correspondence. "You still haven't opened it," the Colonel observed, his accent growing more pronounced with his evident concern. Mr. Holmes turned the envelope over in his long fingers. "I prefer to gather all available facts before proceeding. Colonel, the letter itself is but one piece of a larger puzzle, a puzzle that grows more complex by the hour," Dr. Watson added, accepting his cup of tea with a grateful nod in my direction. I began to retreat discreetly toward the door, assuming the gentlemen would prefer to continue their discussion in private. But Mr. Holmes stopped me with a raised hand. "Stay a moment, Mrs. Hudson, if you would. Your observations regarding our various visitors today may prove valuable." I paused, smoothing my apron. "Of course, Mr. Holmes." The Colonel raised an eyebrow. "You place great trust in your landlady, Mr. Holmes." "Mrs. Hudson has been witness to many of my cases over the years, Colonel," Mr. Holmes replied. "Her discretion is absolute, and her powers of observation often exceed those of many police inspectors of my acquaintance." I felt a flush of pride at his words, though I knew better than to show it. Mr. Holmes was not one for empty flattery. If he spoke well of my observational skills, it was because he genuinely valued them. "Very well," the Colonel conceded. He shifted in his chair, adjusting his stiff leg with a slight grimace. "What would you like to know?" "Let us begin with your early morning visit," Mr. Holmes said, setting the envelope on the small table between them. "You arrived before dawn, delivered this letter, and concealed it beneath a rug, rather than leaving it with Mrs. Hudson, or simply posting it through the letterbox. Why?" Colonel Kovac's fingers tightened around the silver head of his cane. "As I mentioned, I am being watched. The letter contains information that certain parties would go to great lengths to suppress." "The Society of the Raven," Mr. Holmes suggested. The Colonel's pale eyes widened slightly. "You know of them already?" "I know they exist, and that they have connections to both diplomatic circles and the rare book trade. Beyond that, my knowledge is limited." Mr. Holmes leaned forward, his sharp gaze intent on the Colonel's face. "But you, I think, know a great deal more." Colonel Kovac glanced at Dr. Watson and me, then back to Mr. Holmes. "What I know could endanger all of you. Perhaps it would be better if we proceed with all facts laid bare," Mr. Holmes finished firmly. "Half-truths and partial confidences only hamper investigation, Colonel. If the matter is as serious as you suggest, then complete candor is essential." For a long moment, the Colonel was silent, seemingly weighing his options. Then he sighed, a sound of resignation. "Very well. The Society of the Raven is an organization that dates back to the early 18th century. It began as a scholarly association dedicated to the collection and preservation of rare texts, particularly those containing obscure knowledge or forbidden sciences." "Forbidden by whom?" Dr. Watson asked. "By the Church, initially. Later, by various governments and scientific bodies. The Society's founders believed that knowledge should never be suppressed, regardless of its nature or potential consequences." The Colonel's voice had taken on the cadence of a lecturer. Over time, their focus narrowed to specific types of knowledge: alchemical texts, astronomical calculations, certain branches of mathematics and cryptography. Mr. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "And how does this relate to Mortimer's and rare books and the diplomatic service?" "Mortimer's serves as a front for certain society activities. Rare books pass through the shop, some legitimate acquisitions, others smuggled items that never appear in any official inventory." The Colonel tapped his cane against the floor, a nervous gesture. "As for the diplomatic connection, the Society has always cultivated members in positions of influence. Currently, they have placed associates in several European embassies and consulates, using diplomatic pouches to transport materials that might otherwise be scrutinized by customs officials. I thought of the shipping manifests I had seen earlier, with their repeated entries for misc literary materials. The picture was becoming clearer, though the full implications remained obscure. "And Lady Thorpe?" I ventured to ask. "How does she figure in all this?" The Colonel's expression darkened. "Ah, Lady Evangeline. A most formidable woman. Her late husband, Sir Richard, was a society member, one of its inner circle, in fact. After his death in Constantinople, she inherited his position, unusual though that may be for a woman." "You said Sir Richard died under mysterious circumstances," Mr. Holmes remarked. "Do you believe his death was not due to natural causes?" "I know it was not," the Colonel replied grimly. "He was poisoned. The Society eliminated him when he threatened to expose certain of their activities that had gone beyond the mere collection of forbidden knowledge." "And what activities would those be?" Dr. Watson asked, the Colonel's gaze fixed on the unopened letter. That, Dr. Watson, is what the letter explains in detail. Sir Richard had compiled evidence, names, dates, locations, all pertaining to the Society's recent venture into something far more dangerous than rare book collecting, which is why you risked bringing it to me, Mr. Holmes concluded. But why conceal it under the rug? Why not simply hand it to me directly? Because I needed to ensure it would reach you untampered with, the Colonel explained. Had I posted it or left it with anyone, even the estimable Mrs. Hudson, there was a risk of interception. By entering early when the house was quiet, I could place it where only you would find it. I bristled slightly at the implication that I might have allowed the letter to be intercepted, but held my tongue. The Colonel continued, oblivious to my reaction. I used a specialized key to enter, a particular talent from my younger days that occasionally proves useful in diplomatic circles. His thin lips curved in what might have been a smile. The front door was no obstacle. "You picked the lock," I said flatly, unable to keep the disapproval from my voice. "In the middle of the night, I assure you, Mrs. Hudson, it was done with the utmost respect for your household," the Colonel replied, having the grace to look somewhat abashed. Desperate circumstances require desperate measures. Mr. Holmes, who had been listening intently, suddenly rose and began to pace the room. "Colonel, your story is both fascinating and disturbing, but it leaves several questions unanswered. Why did you return this afternoon? And what did you mean by 'the raven flies at midnight'? A phrase you shared with Mrs. Hudson before our arrival." The Colonel straightened in his chair. "I returned because time is running short. The Society is planning something for tonight, something connected to a rare astronomical event that occurs only once every 70 years. As for the phrase, he hesitated. It is a warning and a code. The Society uses it to signal the initiation of their most significant rituals. And what ritual is planned for tonight?" Mr. Holmes asked, stopping his pacing to fix the Colonel with an intense gaze. "That is explained in the letter," Colonel Kovac said, nodding toward the envelope on the table. "A ritual involving a rare celestial alignment, and a text recently acquired from a monastery in Tibet. Sir Richard believed it would have catastrophic consequences if allowed to proceed." Mr. Holmes picked up the envelope once more, studying the blue wax seal with its raven impression. "Then perhaps it is time we learnt what Sir Richard wished to communicate." He was about to break the seal when the front door knocker sounded below, the noise echoing up the stairwell. All four of us froze, exchanging glances. "Are you expecting anyone else, Holmes?" Dr. Watson asked quietly. Mr. Holmes shook his head. "No consequence." He slipped the letter into his pocket and nodded to me. "Mrs. Hudson, if you would be so kind as to see who has called." I descended the stairs, my mind still processing the extraordinary conversation I had just witnessed. Rare books, secret societies, diplomatic intrigue, all centred around an unopened letter now residing in Mr. Holmes's pocket. It was far removed from the ordinary concerns of a London landlady, yet here I was, once again drawn into the web of mystery that seemed to surround 221 B. Baker Street like a permanent fog. The knocker sounded again, more insistently this time, as I reached the front door. I opened it to find a short, wiry man in the distinctive uniform of a coal delivery man, complete with the characteristic dust and grime of his profession. "Coal delivery for Mrs. Hudson," he announced, his voice rough and nasal. "Got a half-ton for you in the cart." I frowned, confused. There must be some mistake. I didn't order any coal today. My regular delivery isn't due until Friday. The coalman scratched his grimy cheek, leaving a darker smudge on his already sooty skin. Address says 221 B. Baker Street, clear as day. Paid for in advance, it was. By whom? I asked, growing suspicious. He shrugged. Dunno, ma'am, I just deliver where I'm told. Do you want the coal or not? Only I've got other deliveries waiting. I hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. On one hand, extra coal was always useful, particularly with the cooler autumn weather setting in. On the other hand, given the strange events of the day, an unexpected delivery paid for by an unknown benefactor seemed potentially suspicious. Wait here a moment, I instructed the coalman. I need to consult with my tenant. I returned upstairs to find Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and Colonel Kovacs deep in conversation. They fell silent as I entered. There's a coalman at the door, I reported. Says he has a delivery for us. Paid in advance by someone he can't identify. I didn't order any coal. Mr. Holmes's eyes sharpened with interest. Did he ask to come inside? Not yet, but delivering coal would require access to the coal cellar, which means entering through the scullery. Mr. Holmes exchanged a glance with the Colonel. A convenient way to gain entry to the house, wouldn't you say, Colonel? Colonel Kovacs nodded grimly. The society employs various methods to infiltrate places of interest. Disguise is among their favourites. What should I tell him? I asked. Mr. Holmes considered for a moment. Accept the delivery, Mrs. Hudson, but direct him to use the external cellar hatch rather than coming through the house. Watson and I will observe from the window. I nodded and returned downstairs, where the coalman was waiting impatiently, shifting from foot to foot. You can deliver the coal, I told him, but please use the cellar hatch around the side. The scullery floor was just scrubbed, and I won't have coal dust tracked through it. The coalman frowned. It's easier through the house, ma'am. The cart's positioned for it. Nevertheless, you'll use the external hatch. Or not deliver at all, I insisted firmly. After a moment of apparent indecision, he nodded reluctantly. Right you are, ma'am. External hatch, it is. I'll need to reposition the cart, though. Might take a few minutes. Take all the time you need, I replied, watching, as he trudged back to his coal cart, which was indeed positioned directly in front of the house, rather than near the side where the cellar hatch was located. I closed the door and returned upstairs, where Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson were positioned at the window, observing the street below. He's moving the cart, Dr. Watson reported. Seems legitimate enough, perhaps, Mr. Holmes murmured. His eyes narrowed. Or perhaps not. Notice how he keeps glancing up at our windows. A genuine coalman would be focused on his task, not on potential observers. Colonel Kovacs had risen from his chair and joined them at the window, peering cautiously through the curtains. It is them, he said quietly. The society. They must have followed me here, which raises the question of why they waited until now to make their presence known, Mr. Holmes remarked. They could have intercepted you this morning, yet they allowed the letter to be delivered. Perhaps they wish to see who else might be involved, Dr. Watson suggested. Identify all of Colonel Kovacs' contacts before making their move. Mr. Holmes nodded approvingly. An excellent deduction, Watson. And now, having observed the Colonel entering Baker Street and not leaving, they seek a way to gain access themselves. I peered over Dr. Watson's shoulder at the scene below. The coalman had repositioned his cart near the side of the house, and was now unloading the first sacks onto the pavement. As I watched, he was joined by a second man, similarly attired in coal-stained clothes. There were not two of them initially, I observed. No, there were not. Mr. Holmes agreed, his voice tight with suspicion. The second man emerged from that hansom cab parked across the street, the one that has been there since shortly after our return. "What do we do?" I asked, my heart beating a little faster at the thought of these society agents attempting to enter my house under false pretences. Mr. Holmes turned from the window, his expression resolute. "We proceed with our original plan. The letter must be read, but not here. This location is compromised." He turned to Colonel Kovach. "You mentioned a ritual tonight, at midnight. Where will it take place?" "At Mortimer's Rare Books," the Colonel replied. "The shop has a large cellar that extends beneath several adjacent buildings. The society uses it for their gatherings. Then that is where we must go," Mr. Holmes decided. "But first we need to leave Baker Street without being observed by our coal-delivering friends." Dr. Watson reached for his coat. "The back entrance through the mews?" "Precisely, Watson." Mr. Holmes turned to me. "Mrs. Hudson, I must ask for your assistance once more. You will need to distract our visitors while we make our exit." "How am I to do that?" I asked, though I already had an inkling of what he might suggest. Complain about the quality of the coal," Mr. Holmes said with a hint of a smile. "Insist on inspecting each sack before it goes into the cellar. Be as difficult and time-consuming as possible." "I believe I can manage that," I replied dryly. "I've had ample practice with obstinate tradesmen over the years." "Excellent. While you engage them at the front, we will slip out through the back and make our way to Mortimer's. And if they attempt to force their way in?" I couldn't help asking. Mr. Holmes's expression softened slightly. "We will not leave you unprotected, Mrs. Hudson. Inspector Lestrade and two of his most trusted men are currently taking tea at the cafe across the street, maintaining a discreet watch on the house. I took the liberty of telegraphing him upon our return." Relief washed through me. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes." "It is I who should thank you," he replied, with uncharacteristic warmth. "Your assistance today has been invaluable." While the gentlemen gathered their things and prepared for their covert departure, I returned downstairs to play my part in the charade. Opening the front door, I spotted the two coalmen beginning to carry their sacks toward the cellar hatch. "Just a moment," I called sharply. "I insist on inspecting that coal before it goes into my cellar." The first coalman, the one who had knocked at the door, turned with a scowl. "Inspect the coal, ma'am. Whatever for?" "I've been cheated before," I declared, advancing down the steps with all the righteous indignation of a woman who guards her household accounts with religious fervour. "Half the time it's more slate than coal, and I won't have it. Open a sack, if you please." The two men exchanged glances, clearly annoyed by this unexpected obstacle. "Look, ma'am, we've got other deliveries to make. Can't be standing about while you inspect every lump of coal. Then you can take it all back," I retorted, folding my arms across my chest. "I won't accept delivery of coal I haven't personally approved." The second coalman, who had a scar running along his jawline partially concealed by coal dust, stepped forward. Now, no need for that. We're happy to show you the quality. Finest Newcastle, this is." He untied one of the sacks, revealing the black lumps within. "See for yourself." I made a show of examining the coal picking up pieces and turning them over in my hands, all while keeping the men's attention firmly fixed on me and away from the rear of the house. This piece has too much slate in it. And this one is hardly more than dust. I expected better quality for the price. The price, ma'am? The first Coleman asked, a note of confusion in his voice. But you said you didn't order it. I realized my mistake immediately, but covered it with a dismissive wave. I meant the general price of coal these days. Daylight robbery, if you ask me, especially when the quality is so poor. I dropped the pieces back into the sack and wiped my hands on a handkerchief I had prudently brought with me. I'll need to see another sack. This one is clearly substandard. The men's patience was visibly wearing thin, but they complied, opening a second sack for my inspection. As I continued my performance, I was acutely aware of the passing minutes, hoping that Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and Colonel Kovac had successfully made their exit. My examination of the second sack was even more thorough and critical than the first. This is marginally better, I announced, after several minutes of turning coal pieces over in my hands, but still not what I would consider first-rate quality. Let me see a third sack. Now see here, ma'am. The scarred Coleman protested, his tone hardening. We've shown you 2 sacks already. The coal's all the same quality, and it's good Newcastle coal, as any expert would tell you. I am the expert when it comes to what enters my cellar, I replied firmly, and I say I want to see a third sack. As they reluctantly opened a third sack, I noticed a movement across the street. Inspector Lestrade had emerged from the cafe and was casually strolling in our direction, apparently taking an innocent constitutional. 2 other men, plainclothes officers, I presumed, had positioned themselves within easy distance, one examining the display in a shop window, the other apparently waiting for a handsome man. The first Coleman, clearly at the end of his limited patience, straightened up and fixed me with a hard stare. Look, ma'am, we've indulged your inspections long enough. Now either accept the delivery or we'll take it away, but we're not opening any more sacks. I drew myself up with all the dignity I could muster. Very well. Since you're being difficult, you may leave 2 sacks, the better ones, and take the rest away. I'll register a complaint with your company regarding both the quality of the coal and your unwillingness to accommodate a reasonable request from a customer. The scarred Coleman stepped closer, his voice dropping to a menacing murmur. We're not here about coal, as I think you well know, Mrs. Hudson. Where is Colonel Kovac? And, more importantly, where is the letter he delivered? I maintained a facade of bewildered innocence. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. I am attempting to accept a coal delivery that I didn't order from men who seem increasingly unsuited to their profession. His hand moved toward his pocket, but before he could complete the gesture, Inspector Lestrade's voice rang out from directly behind him. Is there a problem here, Mrs. Hudson? The Colemans spun around to find themselves face to face with the inspector, whose hand was meaningfully close to the pocket where he kept his police whistle. These gentlemen were just delivering some coal, Inspector, I explained, relieved by his timely intervention, though we seemed to be having a disagreement about the quality. Is that so? Lestrade's shrewd eyes took in the scene, lingering on the scarred face of the second Coleman. Funny thing, quality disputes in the coal trade often lead to heated exchanges, don't they? Almost as heated as the pursuit of certain letters and the gentlemen who deliver them. The Coleman exchanged glances, clearly reassessing their situation now that Lestrade had made his presence known. "We'll just be on our way then," the first Coleman said, hastily retyping the open sacks. "Sorry for the trouble, ma'am. Not so fast," Lestrade said, his casual tone belied by the sharpness in his eyes. "I'd like a word with you gentlemen about your coal supplier. Been getting complaints about substandard deliveries in this area. Perhaps you could enlighten me." As Lestrade engaged the increasingly uncomfortable Coleman in conversation, I retreated back into the house, my part in the drama concluded. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, my heart still beating rapidly from the confrontation. Upstairs the sitting room was empty, with no sign of the hasty departure except for the tea things still arranged on the table. The unopened letter was gone, safely in Mr. Holmes's pocket, as he, Dr. Watson, and Colonel Kovacs made their way to Mortimer's rare books. I gathered the teacups and returned them to the tray, reflecting on the extraordinary events of the day. What had begun as a simple discovery of an envelope beneath the bearskin rug had escalated into a complex web of intrigue involving secret societies, diplomatic conspiracies, and mysterious rituals. As I carried the tray downstairs to the kitchen, I glanced at the clock. It was just past 5 in the afternoon. Whatever was to happen at Mortimer's rare books would unfold in the coming hours, culminating at midnight when, according to Colonel Kovacs, the raven flies. I could only hope that Mr. Holmes would unravel the mystery contained in that unopened letter in time to prevent whatever catastrophe Sir Richard Thorpe had feared enough to risk his life warning against. Setting the tray down on the kitchen table, I moved to the window that overlooked the street. The coal cart was being driven away, its drivers no longer feigning delivery, but clearly in a hurry to depart. Inspector Lestrade stood watching them go, his hands clasped behind his back, in a posture of apparent satisfaction. The game was afoot, as Mr. Holmes would say, and though my direct part in it might be concluded, I knew the echoes of this strange affair would eventually return to 221 B. Baker Street, where I would once again bear witness to the resolution of the case of the unopened letter. The hours that followed Mr. Holmes's departure were filled with a restless sort of quiet. I busied myself with the everyday tasks that keep a household running smoothly, preparing vegetables for the next day's soup, ironing handkerchiefs, polishing the silver teapot that had been my mother's pride. Such ordinary activities helped to settle my nerves after the confrontation with the false Coleman, though my thoughts continually strayed to Mr. Holmes and the others at Mortimer's rare books. Inspector Lestrade had come to the door shortly after the Coleman departed, assuring me that he would maintain a discreet watch on the house. Mr. Holmes was quite certain that "You might still be at risk, Mrs. Hudson," he explained, his weathered face creased with concern. "Those men may return with reinforcements once they realize they've been outwitted." "Do you think that likely, Inspector?" I asked, offering him a fresh cup of tea, which he accepted gratefully. With these secret society types, one never knows. He sipped his tea appreciatively. "But don't you worry, I've got men stationed at both ends of the street, and I'll be nearby myself." His presence was reassuring, though I couldn't help but feel that the main action of this particular drama had moved elsewhere, leaving me behind with only the washing up and wondering. The evening deepened into night. I lit the lamps, drew the curtains, and prepared a light supper, which I ate alone at the kitchen table, listening to the familiar creaks and sighs of the old house. At 9 o'clock, just as I was considering retiring early with a book, the front door knocker sounded. My heart jumped at the noise. Could it be Mr. Holmes returning already, or perhaps more disguised members of the Society of the Raven, trying a different approach? I approached the door cautiously, recalling Mr. Holmes's warnings. "Who is it?" I called through the door. "Telegram for Mrs. Hudson," came the reply, a young voice, likely one of the messenger boys from the post office. Still cautious, I opened the door just enough to see a uniformed boy holding out a yellow envelope. "Thank you," I said, accepting it and giving him a penny for his trouble. Once he had departed, I examined the telegram. It was indeed addressed to me rather than to Mr. Holmes, which was unusual. I opened it with curiosity that quickly turned to concern as I read the brief message. "Require immediate assistance. Stop. Bring. Small black box from chemical cabinet, third shelf. Stop. Come to Mortimer's. Books. Regent Street by cab. Stop. Most urgent. Stop. Holmes." The telegram sent a flutter of anxiety through me. Mr. Holmes rarely involved me directly in his cases beyond the confines of Baker Street. For him to summon me to Mortimer's suggested a truly desperate situation. I hurried upstairs to Mr. Holmes's sitting room and went straight to the chemical cabinet, a large oak piece with glass doors that housed his extensive collection of scientific equipment and substances. The third shelf contained an assortment of bottles, instruments, and boxes, including several small black ones of varying sizes. Which one did he mean? I examined them carefully, trying to recall if I had ever seen him use any of them in my presence. One was slightly larger than the others, a rectangular case with a small brass latch. I opened it to find a collection of small glass vials, each containing a different coloured powder, neatly labelled in Mr. Holmes's precise handwriting. This seemed the most likely candidate, given the reference to the chemical cabinet. I closed the box carefully and slipped it into my pocket, then hastened to my room to fetch my coat and bonnet. As a precaution, I wrote a brief note, explaining where I had gone, and left it on the hall table for Inspector Lestrade, should he call while I was out. The night air was cool and damp as I stepped outside, a typical London autumn evening, with a hint of mist swirling around the street lamps. I pulled my coat tighter and set off toward Marylebone Road, where I would be more likely to find a hansom cab at this hour. Fortune was with me, as a cab appeared just as I reached the corner. I gave the driver the address of Mortimer's Rare Books on Regent Street and settled back against the seat, the black box a reassuring weight in my pocket. The cab rattled through the darkened streets, the rhythmic clip-clop of the horses' hooves providing a counterpoint to my racing thoughts. What could Mr. Holmes need so urgently from his chemical supplies? And why send for me specifically rather than requesting that I give the box to a messenger? These questions tumbled through my mind as the familiar streets of Marylebone gave way to the more elegant thoroughfares of Mayfair and eventually Regent Street. The cab drew up outside Mortimer's Rare Books, a narrow storefront wedged between a gentleman's outfitter and a tobacconist. All three establishments were closed for the night, their windows dark and uninviting. The only light visible was a faint glow from behind the heavy curtains of what appeared to be a room above the bookshop. I paid the cabman and stepped onto the pavement, suddenly uncertain. Should I knock on the front door? Was there a back entrance? The telegram had provided no instructions for how I was to gain entry. As I hesitated, the door to the bookshop opened slightly, spilling a narrow beam of light onto the darkened street. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, tall and slender, unmistakably that of Mr. Holmes, Mrs. Hudson. He called softly, "Quickly now." I hurried toward him, relief washing over me at the sight of his familiar figure, but as I drew closer, that relief curdled into unease. Something was not quite right about his silhouette. The shoulders too narrow, the posture too stiff. I slowed my steps, suspicion mounting. "Mr. Holmes?" The figure stepped forward into the faint glow of the nearby street lamp, and my suspicions were confirmed. It was not Mr. Holmes at all, but a woman. The same elegantly dressed woman who had called at Baker Street earlier that day. "Lady Thorpe," I gasped, stopping in my tracks. Her red lips curved in a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Mrs. Hudson, how good of you to come so promptly. Do come inside. We've been expecting you." My instinct was to turn and flee, to hail another cab and return to the safety of Baker Street, but curiosity and concern for Mr. Holmes held me in place. "Where is Mr. Holmes? He sent me a telegram." Did he indeed? Lady Thorpe's voice was silky, dangerous. How fascinating. "Please, do come inside. All will be explained." She held the door wider, gesturing for me to enter. Against my better judgment, I stepped past her into the darkened bookshop. The small black box from Mr. Holmes's chemical cabinet seeming to grow heavier in my pocket. The interior of Mortimer's rare books was much as one would expect. Shelves lined with leather-bound volumes, glass cases displaying particularly valuable editions, the pervasive scent of old paper and binding glue. But something about the atmosphere felt wrong. Too still, too expectant, as if the very air were holding its breath. Lady Thorpe closed the door behind me, the sound of the latch clicking into place, unnervingly final. "This way, Mrs. Hudson," she directed, moving toward a door at the rear of the shop. "The others are waiting downstairs." "What others?" I asked, holding my ground. "Where is Mr. Holmes? And Dr. Watson and Colonel Kovach?" She turned, impatience flickering across her beautiful features. "All your questions will be answered shortly. Now, please follow me. We don't have much time." With deep misgivings, I followed her through the rear door and down a narrow staircase that led to the cellar. The steps were old and worn, the wooden treads creaking beneath our feet. A single gas lamp at the bottom cast a sickly yellow glow over the descent. The cellar of Mortimer's rare books was not at all what I had expected. Instead of the damp, cluttered storage space typical of London's older buildings, I found myself in a large, well-appointed room with vaulted ceilings and stone floors. Bookshelves lined the walls, these filled not with the more respectable titles found in the shop above, but with ancient-looking tomes bound in materials I preferred not to identify. A large table dominated the centre of the room, its surface covered with maps, astronomical charts, and various scientific instruments. And around this table stood a group of men in black robes, their faces partially obscured by hoods. Among them, to my horror, I recognized Colonel Kovach, no longer leaning on his silver-topped cane, but standing straight and unburdened by any apparent infirmity. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson," he said, his accent now entirely absent. "How good of you to join us. Did you bring the item requested in the telegram?" I took a step backward, my hand instinctively covering the pocket containing the black box. "Where is Mr. Holmes?" I demanded, my voice steadier than I felt. "What have you done with him?" "Mr. Holmes is currently indisposed," Lady Thorpe replied, moving to stand beside Colonel Kovach. "As is Dr. Watson. They proved less cooperative than we had hoped." Cold fear gripped my heart. "If you've harmed them, they are unharmed, merely secured," Colonel Kovach assured me, though his tone held no warmth. "Their continued well-being, however, depends entirely on your cooperation, Mrs. Hudson." One of the hooded figures stepped forward, extending a hand. "The black box, if you please." I hesitated, my mind racing. The telegram had been a ruse, clearly. But why did they want this particular item from Mr. Holmes's collection? And what would they do once they had it? "I don't understand," I said, playing for time. "What is so important about this box?" Colonel Kovach sighed with exaggerated patience. "The box contains specialized reagents that Mr. Holmes uses in his chemical analyses. We require them for a particular test related to our work here tonight." "Your ritual, you mean," I said, recalling what he had told us at Baker Street. "The one that Sir Richard tried to prevent." A flash of surprise crossed his face. "You were paying closer attention than I gave you credit for, Mrs. Hudson." "Yes, our ritual. A convergence of astronomical, alchemical, and mathematical forces that occurs only once every 70 years. "And what does this ritual do exactly?" I asked, my hand still protectively covering my pocket. Lady Thorpe stepped closer, her patience clearly waning. "Enough questions. Give us the box, Mrs. Hudson, or we shall be forced to take more drastic measures." I was about to respond when a commotion from the staircase behind me drew everyone's attention. There was a thunderous crash, followed by shouting and the sound of running feet. The cellar door burst open, and to my immense relief, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson appeared, accompanied by Inspector Lestrade and several police officers. "Scotland Yard," Lestrade announced, his voice echoing in the vaulted space. Nobody moves. The scene dissolved into chaos. The hooded figures scattered, some attempting to flee through a concealed door at the far end of the cellar, others standing their ground with varying expression of defiance or resignation. Colonel Kovach made a dash for a small side table where the unopened letter lay, but Mr. Holmes was faster, intercepting him with a well-placed tackle that sent them both crashing to the floor. Lady Thorpe, seeing her plans unravelling, turned on me with fury in her eyes. "The box," she hissed, lunging forward. "Give it to me." I stepped back, narrowly avoiding her grasping hands. "I think not," I replied, with more composure than I felt. "Whatever game you and the Colonel have been playing, it ends now." Dr. Watson appeared at my side, his reliable presence a comfort in the midst of the tumult. "Are you all right, Mrs. Hudson?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. "I am now," I assured him, "though I must say this is beyond the usual duties of a landlady." A ghost of a smile crossed his face. "Indeed it is. Holmes was beside himself when we realized you had been lured here by a false telegram." Across the room, Mr. Holmes had subdued Colonel Kovach and was now examining the unopened letter while Lestrade supervised the arrest of the hooded figures. Lady Thorpe stood rigid with anger, flanked by 2 police officers. "The telegram," I said, suddenly remembering. How did they know to ask for the black box specifically? It was one of several on that shelf. "An excellent question," Mr. Holmes remarked, approaching us with the letter in hand. One that our friend the Colonel was just about to answer. He fixed Kovach with a penetrating stare. "You've been watching Baker Street for some time, haven't you?" long enough to observe my habits, to know which shelf holds my chemical reagents. Kovach's face remained impassive. The Society of the Raven has resources you cannot begin to comprehend, Mr. Holmes. And yet here you are, your ritual interrupted, your conspirators arrested. Mr. Holmes replied evenly. It seems I comprehended enough. He turned to me, his expression softening slightly. Mrs. Hudson, I cannot express how relieved I am to see you unharmed. When we discovered the false telegram had been sent in my name, I feared the worst. How did you know it was false? I asked. I would never have sent it to you directly, he explained. The risk was far too great. When Inspector Lestrade found your note and brought it to our attention, we realized immediately what had happened. Lady Thorpe, still glaring at us from across the room, spoke up. You think you've won, Mr. Holmes, but you understand nothing. The letter remains unopened, the cipher within remains unbroken, and the stars continue their inexorable alignment. Mr. Holmes held up the cream-coloured envelope with its blue wax seal. You refer to this letter? The one supposedly containing Sir Richard's warnings about tonight's ritual? The very same, she confirmed, a note of triumph in her voice despite her circumstances. Without the key to decode it, you cannot hope to prevent what is to come. Mr. Holmes smiled thinly. Then you will be disappointed to learn that I broke the seal and decoded the contents hours ago while you were busy setting your trap for Mrs. Hudson. The colour drained from Lady Thorpe's face. Impossible. The cipher is known only to the inner circle of the society. A visionaire cipher using a keyword derived from the constellation Corvus, Mr. Holmes replied dismissively. Hardly the unbreakable code you believed it to be. He turned to Lestrade. Inspector, you'll find all the evidence you need to convict these individuals of conspiracy, breaking and entering, impersonation of coal merchants, a creative touch, I must admit, and the attempted use of forbidden alchemical practices, though I'm not entirely certain that last one appears in the legal statutes. Lestrade nodded, clearly relieved that the strange affair was concluding with arrests rather than something more inexplicable. We'll sort out the charges at the yard, Mr. Holmes. The main thing is, we've put a stop to whatever they were planning. As the prisoners were led away, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes and I found ourselves alone in the now quiet cellar. The table with its strange charts and instruments stood abandoned, whatever ritual had been planned now thoroughly disrupted. I still have the black box, I said, removing it from my pocket and offering it to Mr. Holmes. Though I'm not entirely sure what's so important about it. He accepted it with a nod of thanks. Nothing whatsoever, Mrs. Hudson. It was merely a pretext to lure you here. The society believed incorrectly that I had entrusted you with the decoded contents of the letter. And what were those contents? I couldn't help asking. What was this ritual meant to accomplish? Mr. Holmes exchanged a glance with Dr. Watson before answering. The letter contained coordinates, astronomical calculations, and a warning about the potential consequences of tonight's celestial alignment when combined with certain unorthodox practices. Sir Richard Thorpe had discovered that the society intended to use this rare alignment to attempt something that defies rational explanation, which is why they eliminated him. Dr. Watson added grimly. Precisely. Mr. Holmes agreed. But thanks to your assistance, Mrs. Hudson, their plans have been thwarted. The stars will align without incident, and London will remain blissfully unaware of how close it came to experiencing something quite beyond the the scope of conventional science. As we climbed the stairs back to the bookshop proper, I couldn't help but reflect on the strange turns my life had taken since letting rooms to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. From a simple discovery of an envelope beneath a bearskin rug to confronting a secret society in the cellar of a rare bookshop. It was far beyond the usual experiences of a London landlady. Yet as we emerged into the cool night air, with hansom cabs rattling past, and the familiar rhythms of the city continuing around us, I found I wouldn't have it any other way. Life at 221. B. Baker Street might be unusual, even occasionally dangerous, but it was never ever dull. The journey back to Baker Street was conducted in relative silence, each of us absorbed in our own thoughts about the evening's extraordinary events. Mr. Holmes sat opposite Dr. Watson and me in the hansom cab, his sharp profile outlined against the passing street lamps, the unopened letter, now very much opened, tucked safely in his coat pocket. "I must say, Mrs. Hudson," Dr. Watson remarked as we neared home, breaking the contemplative quiet, "you showed remarkable composure in a most unusual situation. Not many landladies would have maintained such presence of mind when confronted by a secret society in the cellar of a bookshop." I smiled at his kind words. When one keeps house for Mr. Holmes, Doctor, one learns to expect the unexpected, though I admit this particular adventure exceeded even my flexible expectations. Mr. Holmes, who had been gazing out at the darkened streets, turned his attention back to us. "You were invaluable today, Mrs. Hudson. Your observations regarding the letter this morning, your management of our false coalmen, and your quick thinking at Mortimer's all contributed significantly to the successful resolution of the case." Such direct praise from Mr. Holmes was rare enough that I felt a flush of pleasure despite my fatigue. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes, though I would prefer if future cases did not involve quite so many impostors entering my house. First the Colonel with his lock-picking, then the coalman. I shall have to speak to the locksmith about more secure fittings." "An excellent precaution," he agreed, "though I suspect the Society of the Raven will trouble us no more. Lady Thorpe and Colonel Kovach, or whatever his real name may be, face serious charges, and their confederates have been scattered to the winds." The cab turned onto Baker Street, the familiar sight of 221B coming into view. Inspector Lestrade had been true to his word. A constable still stood discreetly near our door, maintaining the watch until our return. Once inside, with the door firmly locked behind us, I felt the tension of the day begin to ebb away. The hall was warm and welcoming, with the soft glow of the gas lamps I had left burning in anticipation of our eventual return. "I'll prepare some tea," I offered, removing my coat and bonnet. "I imagine we could all use a cup after such an evening." "A splendid idea, Mrs. Hudson." Dr. Watson agreed warmly, "and perhaps something stronger for Holmes and myself, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the decanter." I nodded and made my way to the kitchen, grateful for the familiar routine of filling the kettle and arranging cups on a tray. After the strangeness of the past hours, there was comfort in these ordinary tasks, the ritual of tea-making providing a gentle return to normalcy. When I carried the loaded tray up to the sitting room, I found Mr. Holmes seated cross-legged on the hearth rug before the fire, which Dr. Watson had built up to a cheerful blaze. The Persian slipper had been restored to its place on the mantelpiece, and the room, though still cluttered with the debris of their investigation, felt settled somehow, as if exhaling after holding its breath all day. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson, perfect timing," Mr. Holmes said, looking up from what appeared to be the decoded contents of Sir Richard Thorpe's letter spread out on the floor before him. "I was just explaining to Watson some of the more esoteric aspects of the case." I set the tray down on the small table and began pouring the tea. I confess I'm still rather confused about several points myself, I admitted. For instance, why did Colonel Kovac, or whatever his name is, pretend to be warning you about the society when he was actually a member himself? Mr. Holmes accepted his cup with a nod of thanks. A classic strategy of misdirection, Mrs. Hudson. By positioning himself as an informant against the society, he could monitor our investigation while simultaneously feeding us false information. But the letter was genuine, I asked, handing Dr. Watson his tea and a generous measure of brandy. "Oh yes, entirely genuine." Mr. Holmes gestured to the papers on the floor. Sir Richard Thorpe did indeed warn against the society's plan, though not in the way the Colonel led us to believe. The letter was not delivered by Kovac at all, but planted by him to create confusion. "Then who did deliver it?" I asked, taking a seat in the chair Dr. Watson had gallantly pulled forward for me. "Lady Thorpe herself," Mr. Holmes replied, though not willingly. She had been attempting to destroy it when she was interrupted, possibly by a genuine ally of her late husband who managed to secure the letter and deliver it to Baker Street for safe keeping. Dr. Watson leaned forward, his interest piqued. "And the business about slipping it under the rug? Why not simply hand it to Mrs. Hudson, or leave it with your correspondence?" "Because our mysterious deliverer knew the society was watching the house," Mr. Holmes explained. "By concealing it, they ensured it would be found by one of us, rather than intercepted by society agents." I sipped my tea, considering this. And what of the ritual itself? What exactly were they attempting to do with all those astronomical charts and strange books? A shadow crossed Mr. Holmes's face. "That, Mrs. Hudson, ventures into territory that strains the boundaries of rational explanation. Sir Richard's letter describes experiments with certain ancient texts that claim to allow communication across, let us say, unusual channels." "Unusual channels," I repeated, not entirely sure I wanted clarification. "The Society of the Raven has long been fascinated by what they consider forbidden knowledge," Mr. Holmes continued carefully. "In this case, they believe tonight's rare celestial alignment would facilitate communication with entities not typically accessible to human perception." Dr. Watson cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Holmes, perhaps we shouldn't. Mrs. Hudson has earned the right to know what she helped prevent, Watson," Mr. Holmes interrupted gently. "Without her observations and assistance, the society might well have proceeded with their experiment, with consequences I hesitate to contemplate." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. "You mean they were attempting to summon something? That was their intention, yes." Mr. Holmes's tone was matter-of-fact, though his eyes revealed a rare glimpse of unease. Whether they would have succeeded is another matter entirely. Science has yet to validate such possibilities, and I remain skeptical of anything that cannot be objectively verified. A comfortable silence fell as we all contemplated this, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional clink of teacup against saucer. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall, pattering softly against the windows. "Well," I said finally. Whatever they were attempting, I'm glad we were able to stop them, though I shall have to air out the bearskin rug thoroughly tomorrow. Between coal dust and mysterious letters, it's accumulated rather more excitement than is good for it. This drew a chuckle from Dr. Watson, and even a slight smile from Mr. Holmes. The tension in the room eased, the conversation shifting to more mundane matters, the weather, the likelihood of Inspector Lestrade successfully navigating the complexities of the case in court, and whether Mrs. Turner next door had noticed anything unusual during the day's events. As the mantel clock chimed 11, I rose to collect the tea things. I shall bid you both good night, gentlemen. It's been an exhausting day. Indeed it has, Dr. Watson agreed, standing politely as I gathered the cups onto the tray. Thank you again for your invaluable assistance, Mrs. Hudson. Mr. Holmes, still seated on the hearth rug surrounded by papers, looked up with an expression that might almost be described as warm. Good night, Mrs. Hudson, and thank you, not just for today, but for maintaining a household where such extraordinary cases can find their resolution. You're welcome, Mr. Holmes, I replied, oddly touched by his acknowledgment, though I would appreciate it if the next case could involve fewer intrusions into my house. My nerves can only stand so much excitement. His lips quivered in what was almost a smile. I shall do my best to ensure that future investigations respect the sanctity of your domain, Mrs. Hudson. As I descended the stairs with the tea tray, I could hear Dr. Watson chuckling and Mr. Holmes's deeper voice responding with some wry observation. The sound was comforting, a return to the familiar rhythms of life. At 221 B. Baker Street. In the kitchen, as I washed the teacups and tidied away the remains of the day, I found myself reflecting on the strange case of the unopened letter. What had begun with a simple envelope beneath the bearskin rug had expanded into a labyrinthine mystery involving secret societies, celestial alignments, and cryptic messages far beyond the usual concerns of a London landlady. Yet I had played my part, small though it was, in unravelling the mystery and preventing whatever strange ritual the Society of the Raven had planned. There was satisfaction in that, alongside the relief that the affair was concluded and normality restored. As I finished my evening tasks and prepared for bed, I could hear Mr. Holmes's violin beginning to play softly from the sitting room above, a gentle, contemplative melody that drifted through the quiet house. Another case solved, another mystery unravelled by the brilliant mind of my extraordinary tenant. I smiled to myself as I turned down the gas lamp beside my bed. Tomorrow would bring its own tasks and challenges. There was still coal dust to be swept from the hall, a bearskin rug to be beaten, and no doubt new chemical stains to be scrubbed from Mr. Holmes's deal table. The ordinary work of maintaining a household would continue, regardless of secret societies and mysterious letters. But for now, with the rain pattering against the window panes and the distant sound of violin music soothing the house, I was content to rest and reflect on my small but not insignificant role in the curious case of the unopened letter. After all, as Mr. Holmes himself had acknowledged, even a landlady might sometimes prove invaluable in the solving of a mystery. With that comforting thought, I closed my eyes and drifted towards sleep, the faint melody of the violin following me into dreams considerably more peaceful than the day's reality had been. The following morning dawned clear and bright. The previous day's excitement having given way to the usual rhythm of household chores and responsibilities. I rose early, as is my custom, and set about preparing breakfast for my lodgers. Mr. Holmes, I suspected, would not appear until much later, if at all. His habit, after concluding a case, was often to sleep late, his body demanding the rest his active mind had denied during the investigation. Dr. Watson, however, was an early riser by nature and profession. Sure enough, as I was arranging rashers of bacon on a plate alongside scrambled eggs and toast, I heard his familiar tread on the staircase. "Good morning, Mrs. Hudson." He greeted me cheerfully as he entered the kitchen. "I thought I might take breakfast down here with you today, if you don't mind the company." Holmes is still fast asleep, and I find myself craving conversation after yesterday's excitement. "By all means, Doctor," I replied, pleased by his friendly overture. "I've made plenty, and I'd welcome the company myself." We settled at the kitchen table, the morning sunlight streaming through the window and casting a warm glow over the simple meal. For a few minutes we ate in companionable silence, the events of the previous day hanging unspoken between us. "I must say, Mrs. Hudson," Dr. Watson finally remarked, spreading marmalade on a piece of toast, "you conducted yourself with remarkable composure throughout yesterday's adventure. Not every landlady would face down secret societies and false coalmen with such aplomb." I smiled at the compliment. "When one keeps house for Mr. Holmes, Doctor, one becomes accustomed to the unusual, though I admit yesterday tested even my flexible definition of unusual. Indeed it did." He chuckled, then grew more serious. "I hope you weren't too alarmed by it all. Holmes and I sometimes forget that our investigations can have rather dramatic repercussions for those around us. I was more concerned for you and Mr. Holmes than for myself," I admitted, pouring us both more tea. "When that false telegram arrived, I realized you might be in danger at Mortimer's books." Dr. Watson nodded sympathetically. "A clever trap that. They knew Holmes would never willingly involve you in something so potentially dangerous. It was fortunate that Inspector Lestrade found your note when he checked on the house." We were interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Not Mr. Holmes's distinctive stride, but heavier, more deliberate steps that I recognized as belonging to Inspector Lestrade. A moment later, there was a knock at the kitchen door. "Come in, Inspector," I called, rising to fetch another cup for our unexpected visitor. Lestrade entered, looking somewhat haggard, but satisfied. His clothes were rumpled, suggesting he had been working through the night. "Good morning, Mrs. Hudson, Dr. Watson. I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all," I assured him, pouring tea into the fresh cup. "Please join us. You look as though you could use a good breakfast." He accepted the invitation gratefully, settling into the chair I indicated and helping himself to the food I placed before him. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. It's been a long night at the yard, processing our prisoners and cataloguing the evidence from Mortimer's books." "Any difficulties with the charges?" Dr. Watson inquired. Lestrade shook his head, swallowing a mouthful of eggs. "Nothing we can't handle. Breaking and entering, conspiracy, fraud, plenty to keep them occupied for some time, even without venturing into the more unusual aspects of their activities." "And Lady Thorpe?" I asked, remembering her elegant appearance and imperious manner. Maintaining a dignified silence, Lestrade replied with a wry smile, though her solicitor arrived at dawn, looking rather perturbed. "I suspect she'll face the least severe consequences. given her social standing and connections. And the false colonel, Dr. Watson pressed. Ah, him. Lestrade's expression darkened. His real name is Edward Moran, no relation to the late Colonel Sebastian Moran, as far as we can determine, though the coincidence is striking. He's been on our watch list for some time, connected to various smuggling operations involving antiquities and rare books. Before I could respond, we heard the unmistakable sound of Mr. Holmes himself descending the stairs. A moment later, he appeared in the kitchen doorway, fully dressed, but with his hair still somewhat dishevelled from sleep. "Ah, a gathering of my most trusted allies," he remarked, surveying the scene with evident satisfaction. "Lestrade, I see you've brought news of our prisoners." "Indeed, Mr. Holmes," the inspector confirmed. "I was just updating Dr. Watson and Mrs. Hudson on the identities of our society members." Mr. Holmes helped himself to a cup of tea and leaned against the doorframe, declining my offer of breakfast with a shake of his head. "And what of the materials confiscated from Mortimer's books? The manuscripts, the astronomical calculations?" Lestrade's expression grew guarded. "Secured at the Yard for now, though several scholars from the British Museum have expressed interest in examining them. The Commissioner is uncertain how to proceed, given the unusual nature of the texts." "I would advise caution," Mr. Holmes said gravely. "Some knowledge. Lestrade is indeed best left unexplored. A statement I do not make lightly, as you know." It was shortly after noon when the front door knocker sounded. I wiped my hands on my apron and went to answer it, wondering if this might be the experts Mr. Holmes had mentioned. Instead, I found a tall, elegantly dressed gentleman on the doorstep, his bearing military despite his civilian clothes. His face was weathered by exposure to foreign suns, his moustache neatly trimmed, and his eyes, a striking blue, regarded me with polite inquiry. "Good day, madam," he said, his accent faintly reminiscent of Colonel Kovac's affected Eastern European tones, though this man's was genuine. "I am looking for Mr. Sherlock Holmes. My name is Colonel Anton Petrovich, of the Serbian Diplomatic Service." I hesitated, remembering all too well our last encounter with a supposed Serbian diplomat. "May I ask the nature of your business with Mr. Holmes?" "Colonel," his expression softened with understanding, "you must be Mrs. Hudson. Mr. Holmes mentioned you might be somewhat cautious of visitors after recent events. I assure you, my credentials are genuine." He reached into his coat and produced an official-looking document bearing diplomatic seals. "I am here regarding the matter of the Society of the Raven and their recent activities in London." I led him up the 17 steps to the sitting-room, where Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and Inspector Lestrade were still deep in discussion. Mr. Holmes looked up as we entered, his keen eyes taking in every detail of our visitor. "Ah, Colonel Petrovich," he said, rising to greet the newcomer. "I've been expecting you." The colonel raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You have? But I only received my orders to contact you this morning. Nevertheless, your arrival is perfectly timed," Mr. Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Mrs. Hudson, would you be so kind as to bring us some fresh tea? The colonel has travelled directly from the Serbian embassy in Belgrave Square, and would no doubt appreciate refreshment." When I returned with the tea tray some minutes later, the atmosphere in the sitting-room had grown serious. Colonel Petrovich was seated in the chair previously occupied by the impostor Kovac, his posture rigid as he addressed the 3 men. My government has been monitoring the Society's activities for some time, he was saying as I arranged the tea things. Sir Richard Thorpe approached our embassy in Constantinople last year with concerns about their acquisition of certain Tibetan manuscripts. He believed they were planning something that transcended national interests and posed a more universal threat, which aligns with what we discovered in the decoded letter, Mr. Holmes observed, accepting a cup of tea from me with a nod of thanks. Sir Richard mentioned a ritual that, if successful, would have consequences beyond the scope of conventional understanding. Colonel Petrovich's expression was grave. Indeed, the manuscript they acquired is believed to be part of a text dating back to the 8th century, containing instructions for communicating with entities that exist beyond our normal perception. You speak as if you believe such entities are real, Colonel. Dr. Watson remarked sceptically. What I believe is irrelevant, Doctor, the Colonel replied carefully. What matters is what the Society believed and the lengths to which they were willing to go in pursuit of that belief. As their discussion continued, I found myself reflecting on the strange turns my life had taken since letting rooms to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. From a simple discovery of an envelope beneath a bearskin rug to confronting a secret society in the cellar of a bookshop. It was far beyond the usual experiences of a London landlady. Yet as I listened to them discuss diplomatic interventions and ancient manuscripts, I realized that I wouldn't have it any other way. Life at 221 B. Baker Street might be unusual, even occasionally dangerous, but it was never, ever dull. 3 days passed before the last echoes of the unopened letter affair finally faded from 221 B. Baker Street. The bearskin rug had been thoroughly examined by Mycroft Holmes's mysterious experts, who arrived in an unmarked carriage and departed with several envelopes of samples and photographs. The coal cellar had been restocked by genuine coalmen, whom I supervised with perhaps more attention than was strictly necessary, and Mr. Holmes had returned to his usual post-case routine of chemical experiments, violin compositions at odd hours, and the languid perusal of criminal notices in the daily papers. It was on the evening of the third day that an unexpected visitor arrived at our door. I was just setting bread dough to rise for the morning when the knocker sounded, a gentle, almost hesitant tap rather than the authoritative rap of police officers or the impatient clamour of urgent clients. Wiping flour from my hands, I went to answer it, finding a woman on the doorstep wrapped in a dark cloak, her face partially obscured by a veil. Despite these precautions, I recognized her immediately. Lady Thorpe, I said, unable to keep the surprise from my voice. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. She raised her veil, revealing a face that seemed to have aged years in the few days since our encounter at Mortimer's Books. There were shadows beneath her eyes, and a new gravity to her expression that spoke of difficult reckonings. Mrs. Hudson, she acknowledged, with a slight inclination of her head. I apologize for calling without warning. Is Mr. Holmes available? I would speak with him, and with you, if you're willing. The request to include me in their conversation was unexpected, and I hesitated briefly before responding. Mr. Holmes is upstairs. I believe he's at leisure this evening. Please come in. She stepped into the hall, removing her gloves but keeping her cloak wrapped tightly around her shoulders as if for protection rather than warmth. "Thank you. I won't stay long. I merely wished to express my gratitude before I departed London." "Depart," I echoed, leading her up the stairs to the sitting-room. "Yes, I will sail for Constantinople tomorrow morning. There are matters related to my late husband's estate that require my attention." Her voice was steady, but I detected an undercurrent of something like relief in her tone. Mr. Holmes was seated by the fire when we entered, a chemical journal open on his lap, and his pipe sending lazy spirals of smoke toward the ceiling. He looked up as we approached, his keen eyes taking in Lady Thorpe's appearance with one comprehensive glance. "Ah, Lady Thorpe. Released on bail pending further investigation, I see." The influence of the Serbian diplomatic corps works swiftly. He set aside his journal and gestured to the chairs arranged near the fire. "Please be seated. Mrs. Hudson, would you care to join us? I suspect Lady Thorpe's visit concerns you as well." I settled into the chair nearest the door, my curiosity piqued by this second invitation to participate in what would normally be a private consultation. Lady Thorpe took the seat opposite Mr. Holmes, arranging her cloak carefully around her. "You are correct, Mr. Holmes. As usual," she began, her voice low but clear. "I have been released, pending further inquiries, though I am required to report my movements to the authorities. My visit to Constantinople has been approved, provided I return for any legal proceedings." "And will you return, I wonder?" Mr. Holmes mused, regarding her thoughtfully through a veil of pipe smoke. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "That remains to be seen. It depends largely on what transpires in Constantinople, and on the outcome of certain diplomatic negotiations currently underway." Mr. Holmes nodded, as if this confirmed something he had already deduced. "Colonel Petrovich's intervention, no doubt. Your husband's warning to the Serbian government has earned you a measure of goodwill, it seems." "Indeed." Lady Thorpe turned slightly to include me in her gaze. "But I didn't come to discuss my legal situation, Mr. Holmes. I came to apologize, particularly to Mrs. Hudson, whose safety I jeopardized with the false telegram. The direct acknowledgment took me by surprise. "That's most considerate of you, Lady Thorpe," I replied, uncertain how to respond to such an unexpected apology. She leaned forward, her expression earnest. "You must understand, Mrs. Hudson, I had no choice in the matter. Edward Moran, the man posing as Colonel Kovac, was watching my every move. Had I refused to participate in the plan to lure you to Mortimer's, my true allegiance would have been discovered. And yet you still attempted to warn me in your way," Mr. Holmes observed. "Your inquiry about the letter with the raven seal during your visit to Baker Street was deliberately conspicuous, intended to alert us that something was amiss." Lady Thorpe inclined her head in acknowledgment. "I hoped you might make the connection." "Yes. It was a risk, but one I felt compelled to take. After Richard's death," her voice faltered briefly, "after what they did to him, I couldn't allow their plans to proceed unchallenged." "Even at the cost of your own safety," I said, beginning to understand the terrible position she had found herself in. "My husband gave his life to prevent the Society from acquiring that manuscript," she replied softly. "When I failed to intercept his warning letter before it reached London, I had no choice but to infiltrate the Society myself, to learn the full extent of their plans." Mr. Holmes relit his pipe, which had gone out during her explanation. "A dangerous gambit, Lady Thorpe, and one that nearly succeeded." Had the celestial alignment been less precisely timed, you might have been able to sabotage their ritual from within. That was my intention, she confirmed. But when I realized the alignment would occur that very night, I knew there wasn't time for subtle interference. I had to rely on your intervention, Mr. Holmes, and hope that you had deciphered Richard's warning in time. Which brings us to the second purpose of your visit, Mr. Holmes said, his gaze sharpening. You wish to know what became of the manuscript? Lady Thorpe nodded, a flash of intensity in her eyes. It's too dangerous to remain in circulation, Mr. Holmes. Even with the society disbanded, there are others who would seek to use it for similar purposes. Rest assured, the manuscript has been secured, Mr. Holmes replied, though I noticed he did not specify where or by whom. It will not trouble the world again, at least, not in our lifetime. She seemed to relax slightly at this assurance, the tension in her shoulders easing. Thank you. That knowledge will allow me to face Richard's colleagues in Constantinople with some measure of peace. The grandfather clock in the corner chimed the hour, its sonorous tones filling the room. Lady Thorpe glanced at it and rose, adjusting her cloak. I should take my leave. My ship sails with the morning tide, and there are still preparations to be made. Mr. Holmes stood as well, regarding her with a mixture of respect and caution. I wish you safe travels, Lady Thorpe, and I trust that, should you encounter any unusual writings during your time in Constantinople, you will exercise appropriate discretion regarding their disposition. A smile flickered across her face, the first genuine one I had seen from her. You may depend upon it, Mr. Holmes. My husband's fate has taught me the value of such discretion. She turned to me, extending a gloved hand. Mrs. Hudson, I cannot adequately express my regret for involving you in this affair. Your courage and composure throughout were remarkable. London will miss such qualities when I am gone. I accepted her hand, somewhat taken aback by the warmth of her words. Thank you, Lady Thorpe. I hope you find the resolution you seek in Constantinople. As Mr. Holmes and I followed her to the front door, I couldn't help but reflect on the extraordinary events of the past week. What had begun with a simple envelope beneath a bearskin rug had expanded into a labyrinthine mystery involving secret societies, diplomatic conspiracies, and mysterious rituals. Yet here I was, Mrs. Hudson of 221B Baker Street, returning to my kitchen to check on rising bread dough, after bidding farewell to a diplomat's widow, involved in international intrigue. Such was life as Sherlock Holmes's landlady, a blend of the mundane and the remarkable, the domestic and the dangerous. And I, Mrs. Hudson, would have it no other way.